The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Will the House and gallery please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain?
Heavenly King, grant wisdom and prudence to your servants, your children today. You desire that all might be one. Help all of us to see the opportunities you present to us to increase this unity here on earth. May nothing that we do displease you or separate us from you. Increase our longing for you and grant a fervent hope that, when our work on earth is done, we may see you as you are. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Steve Allison of Bexar County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, guests in the gallery, please stand and join me in pledges to our great country and our great state. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now to Texas, the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HCR 106.
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Ernest Nicanord from Lamarck as the Doctor of the Day. Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading or referral of bills until the end of today's calendar. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today upon adjournment at Desk 1 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
All right, who's next?
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for a motion.
Oh, you saw my baby brother? Yeah. No, I've already been up there. Oh, I didn't know that. All right, afterwards, can you take a picture? Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules, take up House Resolution 1420.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1420 by Goldman, commemorating the 150th anniversary of Texas Christian University.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today I'm proud to honor Texas Christian University and congratulate them for 150 years of educating some of the best and brightest. Since 1873, TCU has remained true to its Texas roots with a valued center approach. TCU students go on to be leaders in business, energy, engineering, healthcare, and much, much more. For the last 13 years, the university has remained in the top 100 for best national universities, providing not only strong academic standards, but continuing to succeed in the areas of fine arts and athletics. Here celebrating with us today on the dais are leaders from TCU, Daniel Pullen, the TCU president, Mike Sinkfeld, the deputy athletic director, Brandon Fox, our current TCU student body president, and Kavneet Kaur, a current medical student at TCU. And in the gallery, we have a group of alumni, campus administration, of course, the super mascot, Super Frog. Stand up, Super Frog. I'm proud to represent TCU and be part of your traditions and continued success to shape the leaders across the globe, and more importantly, in Fort Worth, Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today we're celebrating 150 years at TCU. That's more years than UT. That's more years than A&M. We've got a great university, and go Frogs!
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Guerin moves out all members named in the resolution. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, H.R. 1311 recognizes May 3rd, 2023 as Unmarked Cemetery Day to raise awareness of the need to identify and protect these historical sites. As Texas grows, some of our state's cemeteries have been forgotten and their grave markers have decayed or gone missing across the state. There are a number of well-known unmarked cemeteries, including Freedman Cemetery in Dallas, which served as a burial site for formerly enslaved people. Many cemeteries like this one remain unmarked, making it difficult to preserve them. We need to remember and honor the memories of those Texans whose final resting places have been forgotten. Mr. Speaker and members, I ask that you join me in recognizing May 3rd, 2023 as Unmarked Cemetery Day and protect these pieces of Texas history so that they are never forgotten. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution adopts. So, Mr. Jones of Dallas moves out all members' names of the resolution. The objection, chair hears none. So ordered. Is Mr. Landgraf on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today is the University of Texas Permian Basin Day at the Texas Capitol, as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the opening of UT Permian Basin, which is a dynamic university in Odessa, Texas. In the gallery, we have some special guests, including the gentleman from Ector, former state representative Ace Pickens. Ace, will you stand, please? There he is. Members, Ace Pickens was the member of this body who filed the bill to establish the University of Texas Permian Basin and was instrumental and pivotal in the formation of the university back in the late 60s and early 70s. And we're honored to have you here today. We also have some other wonderful guests from the university. If y'all would, please stand. Y'all traveled more than 300 miles to be here today. We have President Sandy Woodley of the university, Dr. Becky Spurlock, Dean Corey Benson, Dr. Frawley, Tatum Hubbard, Lynn Croson, Maddie Cottrell. We also have the UTPB cheer team, some members from the Student Government Association, and we also, members, this is going to be a real treat, Ballet Folklorico, who's going to be performing in the Rotunda at noon. I encourage everybody to check them out. We had Super Frog here earlier, but now we have Freddie Falcon. But thank y'all for being here. UT Permian Basin is a diamond in the rough in higher ed here in Texas. And in my opinion, it's pound for pound the hardest working university in the entire state of Texas. It's a Hispanic serving institution, and it's filled with hardworking, bright students, many of whom are the first in their families to go to college. And it's a special place filled with special people. We're honored and proud to celebrate you here today. And just know that UT Permian Basin has played an instrumental role in the growth and development of the dynamism in the Permian Basin. And we want to thank you all for your many contributions. And I know we have some other members who, including Dean Craddock, who may want to say some words as well.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think I'm the only member still in the legislature when this was created, and I was the representative from Midland when Ace Pickens, who was introduced in the gallery, was from Odessa. We're glad to have the people from UTPB today, and it does a great job for the Permian Basin. There are a lot of people that wouldn't be able to get a four-year degree if it wasn't for that school in our area. So we're welcome, and we're glad to have you.
My navigator in the Air Force was UT Permian
The
Basin
chair recognizes
national
Mr. Tepper.
champion.
The chair recognizes Mr.
Speaker,
Tepper.
national champion gymnast, junior college gymnast. So I'm out of Lubbock, but you're my neighbors. God bless you. Thank you for coming to your Texas capital.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Well, I want to thank my colleagues, and the last thing I want to say is let's give the delegation from UT Permian Basin a round of applause, members, and Falcons up.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk read the caption.
HR 601 by Schofield, congratulating Dr. Thomas Harrison on being named the 2022 Texas Dentist of the Year by the Texas Academy of General Dentistry.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Mr. Speaker, members, it is my honor today to welcome to the Texas House, over here in the South Gallery, Dr. Tommy Harrison of Katy, Texas. Dr. Harrison has been named the Texas Dentist of the Year by the Texas Academy of General Dentistry. Each year, the Academy selects one dentist as the Dentist of the Year, the organization's highest honor. Nominees are chosen by local chapters of the Texas Dental Association and the Texas AGD throughout the year. It's not just for this year's honor that I want to recognize Dr. Harrison today. Throughout his long and distinguished career, he has consistently and constantly given back to the community and been one of our community leaders. He has also dedicated the latter portion of his career to educating our next generation of Texas dentists in the Department of General Practice and Dental Public Health at the University of Texas Health Science Center. I have personally seen him mentoring the future generation of dentists. He's even brought some to my office. He first came to my attention through a mutual friend who had a developmentally disabled brother who had a horrific accident on a Sunday, and Dr. Harrison took time out from his day off to deal with a frightened and in pain young man and settle him down and deal with his issue. And that's how I learned of Dr. Harrison's character, and I've seen him continue that on a daily basis since. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Harrison to his Texas house.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am thrilled to be here today to recognize Emma Pickering up in the gallery, a valued member of my staff who will be graduating with honors from the University of Texas, dual degrees in government and political communications. Emma has been part of my office since January, and her exceptional problem-solving skills and tenacity are impressive. Congratulations to Emma, as well as all other UT students upon their graduation, including Nicole, our Assistant Sergeant at Arms. May you all continue to reach new heights and leave a lasting impact on our society. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the amazing work of our House spouses yesterday on a very successful Taste of Texas event. Under the leadership of Burgundy Kane, the better half of our colleague Briscoe, this session's Taste of Texas was sold out with over 350 attendees, which raised over $2,500 in proceeds for Brighter Bites, a nonprofit creating communities of health through fresh food across the state. Serving on the Taste of Texas committee this year, along with Burgundy, were Samantha Gerds, better half of Stan, Taylor Harris, better half of Cody, Sue Moster, better half of Julie, Elizabeth Rainey, better half of John, Debbie Shine, married to Hugh, Lori Stuckey, married to Lynn, Annette Bell, married to Keith, Helen Morales, married to Eddie, Karen Price, married to Four, Elizabeth Burrows, married to Dustin, Clarissa Darby, married to Drew, and Tanya Cook, married to David. Congratulations to all. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Would the
Yes.
gentlelady yield for questions? She yields for questions.
Who is the current leader of the Legislative Ladies?
Well, it's funny you should ask. Actually, they made history this year by having the first ever male president of the Legislative Ladies, who is my better half, John Denisi.
So I want to make sure everyone heard you. This is the first time we have had a gentleman as the leader of the Legislative Ladies.
That's right.
Thank you so
I'm very
much
proud.
for
We should all
honoring
be
their
very
work.
proud.
My husband is a member as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to recognize our Legislative Ladies Club and our spouses who do so much to support us and each other during our service in the legislature.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're privileged today to have with us in the gallery sixth graders from St. Andrews Episcopal School. They've traveled over 500 miles to join us today at the Capitol, learning about their capital and understanding how government works. They're right back behind you. If they'll stand up, please help me welcome them with a round of applause. Welcome to your Capitol, St. Andrews Broncos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to give you a message from Ed Thompson's office that if anybody wants to send a card or letter make sure that Mr. Thompson gets it, if you send it to their office before I close the business today, they will take it to the funeral on Friday. So please try to get something in today or tomorrow for them. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are so fortunate to have these wonderful state employees who do the work that we ask them to do and serve the citizens of this state. We are honored to have many of them here in the gallery with us this morning. I want to take this opportunity to recognize our hardworking state employees and former state employees. They're up in the gallery up here. If y'all could stand. We have members of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the Texas State Employees Union, the Texas Public Employees Association, the Texas Department of Public Safety Officers Association, the Texas Game Wardens, the Texas State Troopers Association, and the Retired State Employees Association of Texas. Join me in welcoming these public servants to their Texas Capitol. Thank you for your service to the state of Texas. Thank you. Thank you.
Members, can I have your attention? Let's all wish a very happy birthday to Ms. Slauson over here. Happy birthday. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Higher Education to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Agriculture Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Motion is granted. The following announcements. The clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Higher Education will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit House Bill 4373 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, the chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the House will stand at ease until 11:30 while we fix a technical issue at the front desk. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, many of you have participated in Capitol Commission with Scott Wall, Bible study, fellowship, great food, and today it is 11:45 until 2 o'clock. Come and go. Trade off with your desk mate or your neighbors. Come eat. It is, again, from Texas Land and Cattle. We're having steak, grilled chicken, steak fries, sweet potato fries, Caesar salad, regular salad, and it is just a great time. So if you didn't hear, Capitol Commission is 11:45, come and go until 2 o'clock. It's in room 3W9, which is on 3rd floor back hall, straight behind these glass doors back here. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales for a motion.
Speaker Member, I move to recommit HB 3288 and HB 2190 to the Committee on Transportation.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair has on this order. Members are about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading, SB 1002. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1002 by Schwertner, relating to the operation of electric vehicle charging stations.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez. Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 1002 builds a framework that will create a competitive market for charging infrastructure so that private business owners have an opportunity to use their own capital to invest in this market. As EV ownership grows in Texas, we need to both protect ratepayers and create a level playing field for the private market. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1002. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Show Ms. Morales voting aye. Show Ms. Lozano voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 99 ayes, 34 nays, SB 1002 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1222. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1222 by Zaffarini, relating to regulation of appraisers and the duties of the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The housekeeping bill for the Talc Board. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1222. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1222 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1425. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1425 by Perry, relating to the continuation of the distribution of universal service funds to certain small and rural incumbent local exchange companies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill we passed yesterday related to reporting requirements for small and rural carriers. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1425. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1425 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. SB 2038. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2038 by Betancourt, relating to release of an area from a municipality extraterritorial jurisdiction by petition or election.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the bill.
So this is the ETJ bill we talked about yesterday and how we address the ETJs, and I believe there was an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the amendment.
So the Department of Defense and military amendment that was done for them was only included in one section of the bill. It should have been in two. It's in subparagraph D. This just puts it in subparagraph E as well. Department of Defense information.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for any questions?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Yes,
So,
for a question.
Representative Bell, do I understand correctly this amendment just applies to the military areas?
This was brought by the Department of Defense
Okay.
and the military to make certain that in Bear County they had the area necessary to continue to maintain active training.
Are you intending to roll out any other amendments on this bill?
So I thought you were working on an amendment. No, you're working on an amendment. Did not realize this bill was first up or right
Okay.
up.
I'll come visit with you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell Montgomery to close on the amendment.
Again, the amendment simply makes certain that the language required by the Department of Defense and military is in both paragraph D and paragraph E. Move passage.
Mr. Bell sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2038 to the end of third reading.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1170. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1170 by Perry, limiting the initiation of customer choice by municipally owned utilities that provide electric service.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that relates to initiation of customer choice by municipality-owned utilities that provide electric service. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1170. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 1 nay, SB 1170 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1563. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1563 by Creighton, relating to the eligibility of Sam Houston State University to receive formula funding for the Sam Houston State University College of Osteopathic Medicine.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the College of Osteopathic Medicine for Sam Houston State University. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1563. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 8 nays, SB 1563 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1605. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1605 by Buckley, relating to instructional material and technology, the adoption of essential knowledge and skills for certain public school foundation curriculum subjects, and the extension of additional state aid to school districts for the provision of certain instructional materials authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the curriculum bill we passed yesterday that improves curriculum for our students, our parents, and teachers, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1605. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 6 nays, HB 1605 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2230. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2230 by Canals, relating to the determination of the sufficient balance of the Economic Stabilization Fund for the purpose of allocating certain constitutional transfers of money to that fund in the State Highway Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this removes the sunset date from Prop 1, as I mentioned in the second reading. Proposition 1 was approved with 80% of the vote, and now Proposition 1 and Proposition 7 account for over 40% of transportation funding. If you want to keep on building roads, vote aye. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2230. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 1 nay, HB 2230 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2162. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2162 by Dutton, relating to reading and instruction assessment instruments and interventions provided to public school students.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is the bill we passed on yesterday, which says to our third graders that they have at least 150 lobbyists in this House to help them improve their reading. And I think there's an amendment by Mr. Representative Guerra. Mr. Speaker and members, I move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 2162. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes, 21 nays, HB 2162 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 410. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 410 by Thompson of Harris, relating to law enforcement policies regarding the issuance of citations for misdemeanors punishable by fine only, and to a limitation on the authority to arrest a person for certain fine-only misdemeanors.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Speaking of members, this is a bill we passed on yesterday, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 410. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting aye, Ms. Thompson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There will be 92 ayes, 51 nays. HB 410 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2837. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2837 by Schaefer, relating to prohibiting a person or entity from surveilling, reporting, or tracking the purchase of firearms, ammunition, and accessories through the use of certain merchant category codes, imposing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the bill.
This bill maintains privacy for firearms and ammunition purchases. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2837. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes, 56 nays, HB 2837 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 156. The clerk read the bill.
HB 156 by Moody, relating to hearings by the Board of Pardons and Paroles regarding clemency matters.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about transparency and efficiency in the clemency decision-making process. I move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 156. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes, 54 nays, HB 156 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 387. The clerk read the bill.
HB 387 by Bell Montgomery, relating to the Texas State Guard Uniform and Insignia Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 387 is a bill that creates the option to fund the Texas State Guard Uniform Insignia Fund using money appropriated, credited, transferred. Move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 387. This record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 1 nay, HB 387 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1225. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1225 by Metcalf, relating to the administration of certain required assessment instruments in paper format.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that allows our students in education to receive a paper STAR test instead of it being online for the STAR test crazy thing we do. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1225. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1225 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 823. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 823 by Allen, relating to the eligibility of an inmate for certain occupational licenses and the practice of certain occupations by an inmate of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 823 was passed yesterday on second reading. It will allow the department to issue a restricted license to an applicant who is incarcerated in TDCJ. Let's pass HB 823. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 823. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 7 nays, HB 823 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1010. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1010 by Turner, relating to the insurable interests of certain persons providing care to individuals with disabilities in the life of those individuals.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that simply eliminates a conflict of interest in group homes by prohibiting the practice of taking out a life insurance policy on a client. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1010. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1010 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1283. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1283 by Oliverson, relating to prescription drug formularies applicable to the Medicaid Managed Care Program.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply renews the existing Medicaid managed care drug formulary and it has a sunset date of 10 years from this year, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1283. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1283 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1383. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1383 by Rose, relating to procedures in a criminal case after a defendant is found competent to stand trial and to consequences arising from certain violations of those procedures.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1383 implements consequences for attorneys and judges if they are not abiding by the timelines to restart proceedings after defendant's competency is restored. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1383. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 126 ayes, 20 nays. HB 1383 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1885. The clerk will read the bill.
1885 by Canales, relating to the authority of the Texas Transportation Commission to establish variable speed limits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is our TxDOT safety bill. Over 4,488 Texans died in 2022. Let's help end the streak. Vote for safety. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1885. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 47 nays, HB 1885 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1979. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1979 by Rainey, relating to the powers and duties of the Texas Workforce Commission and local workforce development boards regarding the provision of child care.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1979 updates policies that support our local workforce development board's ability to help families access quality child care. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1979. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rainey voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1979 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1972. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1972 by Campos, relating to policies and procedures regarding children placed by the Department of Family and Protective Services in a residential treatment care center program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill seeks to proactive monitoring of a child's placement in a residential treatment with the goal of expediting the child's return to a family setting. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1972. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1972 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2470. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2470 by Kimball, relating to prohibited adverse employment action against certain first responders based on mental illness.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kimball to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2470 prevents employers of first responders for taking adverse employment actions. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2470. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kimball voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Cassell voting aye. There will be 147 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2470 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2351. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2351 by Vo, relating to renewal of an appointment as a volunteer deputy registrar.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vo to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2351 would simply eliminate the need for certified volunteer deputy registrar to retake their certification training and instead provide them notice of new election laws. With that, move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2351. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Mr. Cassell voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes, 61 nays, HB 2351 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2271. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2271 by Cassell, relating to the protection of aquaculture operations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, to my good friend Kyle in the gallery, this puts aquaculture and agriculture cold. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2271. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cassell voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 3 nays, HB 2271 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2022. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2022 by Leach, relating to residential construction liability.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is improvements to the Residential Construction Liability Act. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2022. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes, 47 nays, HB 2022 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3025. The clerk will read the bill.
025 by Vasut, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offenses of aggravated kidnapping, and interference with child custody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Bianca's Law. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3025. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 1 nay, HB 3025 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4437. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4437 by Kimball, relating to the confidentiality of certain records containing applicant or student information that are held by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kimball to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This ensures Student Data Protection Coordinating Board. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4437. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Kimball voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 147 ayes, 0 nays. HB 4437 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4142. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4142 by Thompson and Brazoria, relating to the award of attorney's fees in an action to enforce a motor vehicle's mortgagee's lien.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Ed Thompson's bill relating to the award of attorney's fees in an action to enforce a motor vehicle mortgagee's lien. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4142. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. All members voted. There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4142 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4358. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4358 by Allison, relating to including digital teaching in the micro-credential certification program for public school educator continuing education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 4358 provides for micro-credentials for educators in digital teaching. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4358. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Allison voting aye. Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 6 nays, HB 4358 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4085. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4085 by Spiller, relating to the payment by the state or a county of costs for certain mental health hearings or proceedings.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill amends a section of the Texas Mental Health Code, simply helps ensure that mental health providers stay in business, focus their resources on providing care. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4085. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 145 ayes, 0 nays. HB 4805 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3712. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3712 by Hernandez, relating to authorizing a holder of a distributor's license to provide samples of malt beverages to retailers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3712 would reinstate the industry practice of allowing distributor licensees to provide malt beverage samples to retail permit holders. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3712. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Ms. Plesa voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes, 12 nays, HB 3712 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3260. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3260 by Herrero, relating to the expunction of arrest records and files by a statutory county court.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plesa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Herrero's bill we heard yesterday on statutory court expunctions. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3260. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plesa voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 132 ayes, 12 nays. HB 3260 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3615. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3615 by Lambert, relating to surcharges imposed for the use of a credit card.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill codifies existing law. It's a credit card surcharge bill. I recommend approval. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3615. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 98 ayes, 48 nays, HB 3615 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3928. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3928 by Toth, relating to the screening of students for dyslexia and related disorders and a student's eligibility for special education services provided by a school district, including services for dyslexia and related disorders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Beckley-Wilson Act, ensuring a pathway for all Texas children have a pathway to reading. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3928. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Toth voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 1 nay, HB 3928 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3990. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3990 by Cassell, relating to a study of existing surface water and groundwater interaction data and analysis.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, understanding how connected our groundwater and surface water is very important. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3990. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Cassell voting aye. Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes, 27 nays, HB 3990 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5214. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5214 by Spiller, related to actions brought by the Attorney General on behalf of certain persons under the Texas Free Enterprise and Antitrust Act of 1983.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5214 allows Texas to protect consumers that are indirectly harmed as a result of a company's anti-competitive practices. This bill will deter anti-competitive conduct, allow for recovery of damages on behalf of indirect purchasers. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 5214. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 1 nay. HB 5214 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5232. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5232 by Spiller, relating to civil penalties imposed for violations of the Texas Free Enterprise and Antitrust Act of 1983.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, same subject, dealing with increasing the deterrent effect of Texas antitrust laws, creates a fine structure that holds large companies accountable regardless of how they're organized. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 5232. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 146 ayes, 2 nays. HB 5232 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 246. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 246 by Swanson, relating to establishing a pilot program for recording ballot counting activity.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pilot program we worked on with the Secretary of State to create standardized best practices. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 246. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes, 58 nays, HB 246 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 191. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 191 by Bernal, relating to the evaluation of applications for certain financial assistance administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me clear something up that I heard yesterday. Let me tell you what this bill does not do. This bill does not dilute in any way the letters that you write for affordable housing in your districts. It does not affect the power or the persuasion of those letters at all. What it does do is it tells someone who's coming to the state for tax credits, who's going to do affordable housing, that their entire portfolio has to have air conditioning. You cannot come and ask for government taxpayer money if you still have women and children and veterans and the elderly and disabled living like animals in complexes with no air conditioning. Move passage.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And I just want to speak in favor of my colleague's bill. This is something that Representative Bernal and I have been working on for several sessions now. Everything he said, from my perspective as a doctor, is an absolute amen. It is completely unconscionable and unacceptable that we would ever consider an application for tax dollars for a housing project for a landlord that does not provide air conditioning for elderly, disabled, and handicapped individuals, at-risk individuals, children, families. This is the 21st century, folks, and it's hot here in Texas, and this is something that absolutely needs to pass. I support this in the strongest way, and I hope you will too.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 191. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye, Ms. Swanson voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting aye, Mr. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 38 nays, HB 191 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 181. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 181 by J. Johnson of Harris, relating to the establishment of the Sickle Cell Disease Registry.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 181 supports, protects people who are afflicted with sickle cell. It's in honor of my goddaughter, Shay, and my staff, Andre Harris. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 181. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Mr. Pursuit voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 48 nays, HB 181 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 613. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 613 by Pursuit, relating to the imposition of charges by a governmental body for providing copies of public information under the Public Information Law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Versuit to explain the bill.
This bill, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you calling a point of order on my bill?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry. What would happen if you call a point of order on your deskmate's bill?
The chair is not advised, Mr. Kane.
I let it slide. Thanks, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill promotes government transparency. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 613. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Versuit voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 148 ayes, 0 nays. HB 613 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 715. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 715 by Patterson, relating to the operation of an electric bicycle in a state park.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes it easier for some folks with disabilities to ride on our trails and state parks on an e-bike. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 715. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 20 nays. HB 715 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 855. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 855 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to the reimbursement of state employees for groceries consumed while traveling official state business.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's be clear on what this bill does. This bill allows state employees that's going out in the boonies to get reimbursed for the groceries that they purchase, because there may not be a restaurant or a store out there to get the groceries. State employees, reimbursement for those that are traveling out in the boonies. I move passage.
The question occurs
Parks and Wildlife people. Thank
the
you.
question occurs on final passage of HB 855. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes, 53 nays. HB 855 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 963. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 963 by Jeton, relating to the transfer of money in the identification fee exemption account.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill fixes a calculation of a fund that enables fees to be waived for survivors of domestic violence. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 963. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Jeton voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 3 nays. HB 963 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1004. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1004 by Shaheen, relating to the prosecution of the offense of trafficking of persons and compelling prostitution into certain consequences of those offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1004 seeks to provide better protection for disabled Texans for being victims of sex trafficking. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1004. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays. HB 1004 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1229. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1229 by Harris of Anderson, relating to the collection and confidentiality of information regarding firearms and ammunition in agency foster homes, creating a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the foster care gun bill. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1229. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes, 45 nays. HB 1229 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1289. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1289 by Campos, into a training program for persons investigating suspected child abuse or neglect.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would codify an investigation training program for Child Protective Services investigators to ensure our parties involved have a clear understanding of the investigation duties and family rights. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1289. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 18 nays. HB 1289 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1617. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1617 by Ordaz, relating to notice for certain defendants regarding the unlawful possession or acquisition of a firearm or ammunition.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that informs convicted felons of their rights. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1617. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ordaz voting aye. Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes, 48 nays, HB 1617 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2533. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2533 by Wally, relating to the implementation of a statewide homeless data sharing network to share real-time data on homelessness.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2533 allows TDHCA to collaborate with the Texas Homeless Network so we have better, more accurate homeless data. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2533. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes, 44 nays, HB 2533 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3723. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3723 by Gerdes, relating to the establishment of the Rural Workforce Training Grant Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3723 creates the Rural Workforce Training Grant Program to allow access to opportunities in rural communities. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3723. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 115 ayes, 32 nays, HB 3723 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2093. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2093 by Manuel, relating to the minimum duration of a protective order.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 23, we amended yesterday by Representative Cook. It affects the final protection orders to a minimum of 6 months and still gives judiciary the rights to do what they need to do. Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2093. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes, 46 nays, HB 2093 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2239. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2239 by Troxclair, relating to municipal regulation of the removal of an ash juniper tree.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
This bill strengthens private property rights by allowing people to cut down cedar trees on their own property. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2239. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes, 35 nays, HB 2239 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3014. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3014 by Harrison Williamson, relating to the motor vehicle safety inspection of electric vehicles.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is Ms. Harris's bill related to the motor vehicle safety inspection of electric vehicles and move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3014. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 3 nays, HB 3014 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4827. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4827 by Leo Wilson, relating to the prosecution of the offense of possessing or carrying a weapon in certain prohibited places associated with schools or educational institutions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, this just defines the term educational institution and school in the list of places where firearms are prohibited. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4827. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes, 26 nays, HB 4827 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit SB 1133 to the Committee on State Affairs.
Members, you heard the motion. Your objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair. Oh, sorry. Oh. The chair lays out SB 2038 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2038 by Betancourt, relating to release of an area from municipality's extraterritorial jurisdiction by petition or election.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the bill.
Yeah, this is the ETJ bill. I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just makes sure that areas that were voluntarily annexed into ETJs near Austin stay voluntary ETJs. Move passage.
Mr. Bella Montgomery sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to close on the bill.
Sorry about that, members. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2038. Is the record vote? The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Show Mr. Have all members voted? There have been 121 ayes, 23 nays. SB 2038 is finally passed. The chair lays out HB 2584 as a matter of postponed business. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2584 by Paul, relating to indemnification and duties of real property appraisers under certain governmental contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration HB 2584 until Monday, May 8th at 9 a.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 250. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 49. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 49 by Zaffarini, relating to crime victims' compensation.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill to update the crime victims' compensation program, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of passage of third reading of SB 49. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 49 is passed to third reading. Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso moves to lay House Bill 250 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1791. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2171. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2171 by Alvarado, relating to the qualifications of experts in certain healthcare liability claims.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This allows us to use expert witnesses as chiropractors as expert witnesses on special cases. Move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2171. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2171 is passed to third reading. Ms. Davis moves to lay House Bill 1791 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1939. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1741. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1741 by Zaffarini, relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles in Webb County.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Senate bill that would designate Highway 255 as an overweight corridor. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1741. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1741 is passed to third reading. Mr. Raymond moves to lay House Bill 1939 on the table, subject to call. To objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2668. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1401. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1401 by Zaffarini relating to the rights of victims of sexual assault and to certain procedures and reimbursements occurring with respect to a sexual assault or other sex offense.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1401 until 9 a.m. Thursday, May 4th.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has none. So ordered. Ms. Johnson of Harris moves to lay House Bill 2668 on the table, subject to call. Due to objection, chair has done so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3490. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 929. The clerk read the bill.
SB 929 by Parker relating to the notice and compensation a municipality must provide before revoking their right to use property for a use that was allowed before the adoption of or change to zoning regulation or boundary.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 929 creates a procedure to give businesses two options of compensation if they've been deemed non-conforming to operate in a certain municipality. This occurs when a city makes a lawful business cease operating by changing its zoning so that the business is no longer allowed to operate in that area. This bill does not deprive a city of its land use regulation or zoning authority. In this bill, the owner of a property deemed non-conforming who's forced to cease operations by a municipality has two options to recover not only damages from having to shut down the business and relocate, but also the fair market value of the property. 929 preserves local control and protects property rights.
Mr. Canals, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield.
Gentleman, yield for questions?
I yield.
Thank you, Representative. So I'm reading the bill analysis, and the bill analysis says under local impact, it says it might have a cost. And so I just want to clarify with you, through this bill, are they mailing a letter to everybody that's impacted by any of this?
Yes, they would be, yes.
So
there would be notice requirement
so
by
might's
mail.
not accurate. There's going to be a cost to this. There's a cost associated with mailing things, right?
There is. Yeah.
I'm not calling a point of order. I just want to clarify that the bill analysis, when it talks about local impact, is incorrect. It should say that there is going to be a cost associated with this bill. Is that correct?
I can't argue that there'd be a cost of mailing.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Okay. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 929. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 929 is passed to third reading. Dr. Rogers moved to lay House Bill 3490 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1561. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1603. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1603 by Hughes, relating to the decision of a court of appeals not to accept certain interlocutory appeals.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill that on permissive appeals, it requires the Court of Appeals to specify the reason that the permissive appeal is denied, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Smithy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the amendment.
This amendment clarifies that the Supreme Court will use a de novo review. I would move adoption.
Mr. Smithy sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1603. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1603 is passed at third reading. Mr. Smithy moves to lay House Bill 1561 on the table, subject to call to objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 4921 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4921 by Murr, relating to the establishment of an adult education pilot program for certain inmates of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4921 until Monday, May 8th at 10 a.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 4857. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1615. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1615 by Zaffarini, relating to the Cosmetology Licensure Compact.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1615, the Cosmetology Compact, safeguards and encourages cooperation between member states to support relocating military members and their spouses. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage the third reading of SB 1615. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1615 is passed the third reading. Mr. Wilson moves to lay House Bill 4857 on the table, subject to call. If the objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 4082 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4082 by Goldman, relating to purposes for which certification of obligation or tax anticipation notes may be authorized.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4082 until today, 2 p.m.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
The chair lays out House Bill 671 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 671 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to a veteran suicide prevention campaign.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gonzalez from El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, every year, 500 Texas veterans commit suicide on average. That's at least one suicide death every single day. This bill will demonstrate the House's commitment to addressing a very serious crisis, and there is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment, and I'm grateful for all the support behind me, addresses some of the concerns with the legislation and cleans it up, and the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Dr. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Gonzalez to close.
Members, let's stand up for our veterans. Let's do something that we collectively believe in to protect our veterans from and support them through a very serious crisis of veteran suicide. And I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 671. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 671 is passed to engrossment.
Thank you, Mary.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3199. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1469. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1469 by Betancourt, relating to requiring certain information before being employed by a child care facility.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2019, as part of the do not hire provisions in House Bill 3, we added a pre-employment affidavit for public and private schools, which requires applicants to disclose whether they have ever been charged with, adjudicated for, or convicted of having an inappropriate relationship with a minor. This bill would extend that requirement to child care facilities. It is critical to add this additional tool for child care directors to screen out predators banned from our public and private schools who might seek employment to gain access to children. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading, Senate Bill 1469. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1469 is passed to third reading. Representative Noble moves to lay House Bill 3199 on the table. Subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays that on second reading. House Bill 2263. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2263 by Darby, relating to the authority of a natural gas local distribution company to offer energy conservation programs.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2263 seeks to provide an opportunity that is currently underutilized for Texas natural gas utility consumers. Conservation programs to help homeowners and businesses reduce energy consumption and save money on their utility bills. I do have a clarifying amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply clarifies that the costs associated with conservation programs will be allocated to the individuals who are eligible to receive rebates and other incentives, and provides greater oversight of conservation programs by requiring periodic review by the Commission. The amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Darby sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Darby.
I move passage. Mr.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. House Bill 2263. Record vote has been granted. A record vote is requested and granted. The clerk will read the bill. Chair Representative Darby voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 130 ayes and 2 nays, House Bill 2263 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2847. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2847 by Darby, relating to the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas over and a study of the upstream production, pipeline transportation, and storage of hydrogen.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2847 seeks to foster the development of hydrogen in Texas. House Bill 2847 gives the Railroad Commission of Texas jurisdiction over hydrogen pipelines, underground storage facilities. This reinforces the Commission's existing authority over hydrogen pipelines and underground storage of natural gas as provided within the Natural Resources Code. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 2847. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2847 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4287. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4287 by Metcalf, relating to the use of customer-sided distribution generation facilities owned by certain non-ERCOT electric utilities.
Chair recognizes Representative Metcalf to explain the bill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4287 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 5th.
Members, you heard the motion with the lean. Is the objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4811. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4811 by Anchia, relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Efficiency Council to foster collaboration, coordination, and communication to enhance the state's energy efficiency performance and strategically utilize the state's resources to optimize the benefits of energy efficiency programs.
Chair recognizes Representative Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In Senate Bill 3, we achieved something very, very important, and we established what is called the Texas Energy Reliability Council, or TERC, which is a multi-agency project that focuses on grid reliability. There are about $400 million from the federal government that are going to be coming down to the state of Texas in energy efficiency funds. The PUC wanted to create something very similar to TERC, and so we are forming this Texas Energy Efficiency Council that is going to catch the federal money and make sure that we use it efficiently throughout the state. There's one perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Chair recognizes Representative Anchia to explain the amendment.
At the suggestion of the PUC, we wanted to make sure that members of the Energy Efficiency Council could have a designee rather than having the agency head attend these meetings. So we facilitate that in this amendment. It also cleans up language regarding the website, which will be maintained by the PUC. And finally, it conforms the date of the report that the TEEC will be providing to the legislature to align it with sunset dates. I move passage.
Representative Anchia sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my amendment's pretty simple. It asks the council to identify and realize the benefits of Texas oil, gas, and even coal as the main source of energy in our state. We've had a number of debates about what Winter Storm Erie did. I also think as we look at the cost of power generation, there's not enough review of renewable energy, and I move adoption.
Representative Anchia, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment as it is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Anchia. Point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Menchia to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I really do appreciate the intention behind the surprised non-germane amendment, but the reality is it has nothing to do with the current bill. I want to thank my joint authors, Chairman Guerin, or Speaker Guerin rather, Chairman Guillen, and Chairwoman Hernandez. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 4811. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Yeah. Chair recognizes show Representative Menchia voting aye. Show Representative Hunter voting aye. Have all voted. Show Representative Capriglione voting no. 89 ayes and 45 nays. House Bill 4811 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 166. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 166 by Thompson of Harris, proposing a constitutional amendment allowing recovery of exemplary damages by a person's estate for a homicide.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker and members, if a person dies without a spouse or children, nobody is there to inherit their estate. What this amendment merely does is it allows the parents to be the person that heirs of the person. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Per the Constitution, a record vote is required. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Thompson of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? 128 ayes and 1 nay. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 165. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 165 by Munoz, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to provide for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of all or part of the market value of the residence homestead of the surviving spouse of a military service member who is killed or fatally injured in the line of duty.
Chair recognizes Representative Munoz to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to provide for an exemption from the ad valorem taxation, all or part of the market value of the residence homestead of the surviving spouse of a military service member who is killed or fatally injured in the line of duty. Move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of the resolution. Per the Constitution, a record vote is required. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 127 ayes and 8 nays, HJR 165 is passed, finally passed. Chair recognizes Representative Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to authorize the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars to set an addendum to the local consent and resolution calendar set for Saturday, May 6th.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection, Chair? None. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Local and Consent Calendars will meet today upon adjournment in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider committee business.
Chair lays out on second reading HB 270. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 270 by Thompson of Harris, relating to post-conviction forensic DNA testing.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, member, this bill is about justice and public safety. It ensures that we are catching the real perpetrator by clarifying that the term exculpatory results includes the possibility that testing could result in a third-party match in DNA database. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 270. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 270 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2608. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2608 by Garin, relating to the use by certain municipalities of certain tax revenue to fund convention center facilities, multipurpose arenas, venues, and related infrastructure.
The chair recognizes Mr. Garin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This just extends the project finance zone that we put into effect prior to COVID to cover the 2 years of COVID. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2608. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all voted? There being 138 ayes, 4 nays, HB 2608 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3483. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3483 by Turner, relating to the creation, distribution, and posting of a Veterans Benefits and Services poster in the workplace.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Texas is home to nearly 1.6 million veterans. These brave men and women deserve to come home and know that there are people and services waiting to help them transition back to civilian life. Texas offers numerous services to our veterans through the Texas Veterans Commission and other agencies. We can help them apply for unemployment benefits, help them apply for Veterans Administration benefits, and we've learned that many veterans simply don't know about the tremendous resources that Texas offers to our veterans in this state. So this bill will require the Workforce Commission and the Texas Veterans Commission to create a poster displaying the benefits and services available to veterans. And the Workforce Commission will be tasked with distributing this poster to each employer that employs at least 50 employees so that employees are more aware of the services available to them through the Veterans Commission and other agencies. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3483. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. They've all voted. There being 111 ayes, 33 nays, HB 3483 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4419. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4419 by Goldman, relating to the promotion of the film and television production industry in this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4419 until 2:30 p.m. today. Sit tight, sit tight.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4928. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4928 by Frank, relating to the continuation and operations of certain local healthcare provider participation programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to briefly explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, this is simply a 4-year extension of my local LPPF. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 4928. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 4928 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4539. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4539 by Goldman, relating to certain eligibility requirements for a grant under the Moving Image Industry Incentive Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4539 seeks to lower the percentage for the amount of crew actors and extras required to be Texas residents on the Moving Image Industry Incentive Program. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 4539. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 122 ayes, 20 nays, House Bill 4539 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4653. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4653 by Anchia, relating to participation in a deferred retirement option plan by members of the retirement systems for police and firefighters in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As you all know, we have a pretty significant police officer shortage in Dallas. This bill permits us to keep our more senior officers in place by offering them a deferred retirement option plan incentive. The Chief of Police of Dallas has to hire 600 new officers. He cannot afford to lose the 200 officers that would be covered by this plan. This option allows him to have the holding power to keep these officers on the force. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment. The amendment is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to close on the bill. Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for question? Yes. Gentleman
Thank
yields.
you. Chairman and Chair, I noticed that this is this similar to the past drop program that they've had at the City of Dallas?
No, this would be a revised drop program that would extend the eligibility date from 10 years to 20 years so that we can keep senior officers on the force.
And I understand that, and I don't have a problem with that part of the bill. I'm just trying to understand. One of the challenges have been regarding people able to access the drop funds that they're putting into the account. Does this change that at all, or will it allow for members to get those who might want to draw their monies down? Will it allow for them to do that?
It does not change that ability.
So at this point, we're going to extend it from 10 to 20 years, and we're not allowing members, if they have a need or want to get their monies down, they cannot do it.
That is that is not covered by this bill. This only
Okay.
changes the eligibility criteria.
Okay, and so the other question I have relative to that has to do with hardship. Does it change the language? Last year we attempted to address hardship. Some of the families whose members were police or fire officers were deceased, but the members could not get access to funds for hardship. Does it change any of that language?
It does not. This is a rifle shot approach, only changing eligibility criteria.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Move
Mr.
adoption.
Speaker,
Thank
could
you
I-
for your questions.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
could I move to have those remarks put in a, reduced to writing and put in a journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Anchita to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 4653. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Mr. Paul voting nay. Show Mr. Frazier voting aye. Have all voted? There being 105 ayes, 32 nays, HB 4653 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4354. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4354 by Lozano, relating to mitigation preparedness incentives for Texas Windstorm Insurance Association policyholders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4354 is a bill to promote fortified building. It's based on industry standards and was part of TWIA Board of Directors legislative recommendations. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lozano.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the floor amendment moves the mitigation plan into a new section to avoid any confusion with the TDI windstorm inspection program, which operates under the section where the filed version of the bill originally placed that mitigation plan. It is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Lozano sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4354. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 4354 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3743. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3743 by Goldman, relating to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, expanding authority to adopt fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3743 truly is a updating to expand the scope of TDLR, setting its authority and clarifying that TDLR has a 2033 sunset date. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3743. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3743 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 103. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 103 by Murray, relating to qualifications for a retired judge's appointment as a visiting judge to a constitutional county court.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill clarifies a recent ruling by the Attorney General's office of what constitutes a retired judge for a constitutional county court, and there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Murr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the amendment.
The amendment further clarifies a visiting judge in county court when you have a statutory probate judge participating, and it is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Murr sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 103. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 103 is passed to engrossment. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Health will meet today upon adjournment in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
Committee on County Affairs will meet today upon adjournment at desk 37 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, we have a software issue that we are waiting on a resolution for. Please hold tight. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1899. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1899 by Meyer, relating to increasing the criminal penalties for insider trading and other misuse of official information.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1899 strengthens the state's laws regarding abuse of official information by public servants for personal financial gain. I believe the severity of the penalty should match the magnitude of the crime. HB 1899 proposes a tiered system of punishment that would increase the criminal penalties by value ladder amounts of pecuniary gain. Thank you, members. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1899. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1899 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1517. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 593. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 593 by Sparks, relating to licensing and oversight of certain facilities and homes providing substitute care for children in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, anyone who's ever cared for a child in the foster care system and had them in their home knows that the children can be a challenge. The only thing more challenging than the kids themselves is dealing with the red tape of the state. Under this bill, we will have a third party. We'll review all of the rules and regulations in an attempt to streamline them. For those of y'all who've had your constituents talking about how difficult it is, this should improve that process, and with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 593. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 593 is passed to third reading. Representative Frank moves to lay House Bill 1517 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2002. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2002 by Alverson, relating to preferred provider benefit plan out-of-pocket expense credits for payment made by an insured directly to a physician or healthcare provider.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, if I do say so myself, is a very cool bill. What it does is if a consumer goes out into the healthcare marketplace and is able to get a cash price for medical services that is cheaper than what their managed care company would ask them to pay, that amount has to be credited towards their deductible and cost sharing for the year since they paid it out of pocket. And with that, I move past.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2002. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2002 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2345. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2345 by Guillen, relating to definitions for purposes of gambling criminal offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this provides a definition for economic benefit and clarifies that a private place may be defined as a private club, and to move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2345. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2345 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1915. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1915 by Hefner, relating to land services performed by a landman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone for further consideration of 1915 until 9 a.m. Friday, May the 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3051. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1332. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1332 by Huffman, relating to the provision of funding to the Texas Historical Commission for state historic sites.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation creates an endowment for the Texas Historical Commission that will be used for the maintenance of our historic facilities in the state of Texas. It does not allow for the funds to be used for salary expenses or programs. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Slayton raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton. Mrs. Weiner raises a point of order against further consideration of the Slayton Amendment. Under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane, the bill establishes a fund for preserving, rehabilitating, and restoring historic sites throughout the state. The Slayton Amendment would require the Historical Commission, before it could receive additional fund distributions, to certify to the Legislative Budget Board that it had not contracted, consulted, or advertised with certain international organizations. The amendment would require the Commission to certify that it is refraining from an action that is not expressly prohibited by the bill. Because it is not validly phrased limitation, it is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment to third reading of SB 1332. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1332 is passed to third reading. Chair leads Representative Bonin moves to lay House Bill 3051 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 2:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 2:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 2976. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2976 by Guillen, relating to an elective course on firearm safety for public school students.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill directs the State Board of Education to develop a firearm safety course to focus on accident prevention, promote the safety and protection of students, emphasize how students should respond when encountering a firearm, and include firearm safety information contained in the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's Hunter Education course, and move passage.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
May I ask the gentleman some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Guillen, I just wanted to find out who is developing the curriculum?
It calls for the State Board of Education to develop it.
So I'm just somewhat surprised that the Texas State School Safety Center isn't mentioned, because they do all of the audits of the schools around the state, correct?
I believe so.
And they provide safety training and some guidance for our schools with regards to firearm safety?
Is that a
What
question?
qualifications do State Board of Education members have when it comes to developing curriculum around firearm safety?
Probably the same qualifications they have for developing everything else they develop.
All right. I'm just curious to what all is going into the training. Obviously, safety, such as storing guns safely, how to handle guns safely, but I'm curious if there's any thought of de-escalation training. You know, seems these days that so many people are resolving their differences simply with violence as opposed to learning de-escalation. So was there some thought about putting de-escalation training into the course?
We had many stakeholders come together and agree to this language, and they agreed on curriculum guidelines that must focus on accident prevention, the promoting of safety and protection of students, and emphasizing how students should respond when encountering a firearm, and including the information contained in the firearm safety portion of the Hunter Education course under Section 62.014 of the Parks and Wildlife Code.
I mean, it seems like with teaching about accident prevention that this is something right along those lines, but it's not directly called out. De-escalation techniques are something that aren't just common sense, that I think they require some education. So I'm hopeful that you might consider that to be included. I'm curious too, would guns be used in the training? Would this class have the students seeing a gun, having a gun in the course?
I want to say that they are used in the Texas Parks and Wildlife curriculum. However, it does not specify one way or the other in the bill.
So I guess I would be a little bit concerned about that not being specified in the bill. If a gun was used, perhaps it could be a training gun. Training guns can't actually be fired. So is that something that you think would be beneficial to add to the bill?
I certainly believe that we need to provide them with the most effective way of showing them how to handle it. And so whatever it is that the board would come up with would probably be fine.
Certainly, if you're teaching somebody how to handle a gun, you might need a gun in that process. And so I would really hope that if we're bringing that into a classroom in a high school setting, that we're using a training gun, again, so that it can't actually be fired.
I think that certainly the experts can decide, you know, what's good and what's not, and what's most effective, what works. And I think that this bill will allow for that to happen.
You know, I'm optimistic, but I also feel like having it in writing directs somebody exactly how to handle it. And so I do have some amendments and hope that you will consider some of the amendments that I have. Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
I got it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're talking about bringing firearms training into our high schools. I think that this is an idea and a concept that some might surprise some parents or school boards or superintendents. So for that reason, my amendment simply gives some local control, gives the ability of the superintendent, the school board, and parents of schools enrolled in these schools the ability to make that decision whether firearms training is going to be an elective course provided in their high school. You know, this is a very serious topic, members. We do have things like driver's ed in our high schools.
Mr. Banal, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields for questions.
But you were in the middle of your layout, so continue.
Well, I was just saying we have things like driver's ed as an elective in high school. This could be something similar to that. We want to make sure that with an instrument that is in many homes, there are firearms in many homes. We want to make sure our high school age students know how to handle safely these firearms that they may have in their homes. And so I'm not against having a course in our high school. I just want to make sure that our local communities have the ability to help in the decision making of whether or not we're going to offer this.
Am I correct in the purpose of your amendment is to make sure that whatever is offered is calibrated for that location, whether it's that city or that county or maybe even that individual campus? Is that right?
Exactly. You know, I think one size fits all doesn't work in this situation. I think that our local school boards, the superintendent, and parents should all be able to weigh in on this very important matter.
And the reason I ask that is I'm looking at the bill analysis, and one of the bullet points in the bill analysis says to emphasize how students should respond when encountering a firearm. And I would imagine that city to city, campus to campus, this course wouldn't just talk about gun safety in terms of the way that we handle guns, but it says here it would ask the students to learn about what to do when they encounter a firearm, which means that it might actually emphasize more drills, more responses, talks about school safety, hardening schools, and so that's going to look different across the state. It's going to look different across buildings. And your amendment wants to make sure that it isn't one size fits all, but you can do that from location to location. Do I have that right? We're reading it all for the first time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, as an example, I represent a couple of very different school districts. I have Lake Travis on the one hand, and then I have the Austin Independent School District on the other hand. They're very different. Parents in those different districts may have a different idea of whether or not they even want the schools to incorporate this elective class. And I think that they should be able to weigh in on this.
One of the things I worry about is that the bill as written could result in more drills. And I'm not against safety, but I've got a daughter who's in kindergarten, and the drills already freak her and her classmates out. Because of this third bullet point, it may result in more. And so I would want her principal to be able to figure out what that looks like across the school year. Because if we do it at her school the same way we do it somewhere else, that's not going to work because the buildings are different, the personnel are different, the location is different. And so you at least want her principal and her superintendent and the school board to figure out what's best.
Exactly. And, you know, maybe over time the schools will decide that they're ready to incorporate it. Maybe they're not ready at this moment in time. So this just gives them the ability to make that local decision, which could be different for different districts throughout the state.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, contrary to what the author of the amendment mentioned, this is a local decision. It allows the school district to make the decision if they want to implement this curriculum in their school. This bill has carefully crafted language that we negotiated with many stakeholders, and so therefore I respectfully ask that you stick with me and vote against the amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
So I looked through the bill. I didn't see anywhere where it said it was optional or up to the individual school districts to make the decision.
May.
All right. Well, this allows a district, the superintendent, the school board, and the parents to make the decision. It is, the language does say may in there. However, it does not clarify that local folks, the parents, school board, and superintendent get to make that decision. So this would be clarifying who gets to make the decision. With that, I move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Division vote. Strike the board. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Members vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Show Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Show Mr. Lambert voting nay. Have all voted? There being 55 ayes, 88 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Let's see, make sure I get the right one. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a parental rights amendment. This session, this body has made a commitment that it's vital to ensure that parents have a say in their children's school curriculum, have a say in the teaching materials that are available to their children, and have a say in the library books that children can access. So this amendment is in that spirit, in that it also provides parents a say in whether a child can participate in this curriculum envisioned by this bill. And so the amendment simply adds a requirement that students must receive parental consent before enrolling in the course.
Ms.
Mr.
Johnson,
Speaker.
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to
yield. The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Turner. We have spent a lot of time in this body, this session, discussing parents' rights to control various aspects of their kids' health care, various aspects of their kids' education, and the like. Why do you feel that it is so important for parents to be involved in whether or not their kids have education on gun rights and gun safety?
Sure. Look, I think this is clearly a novel curriculum that we're talking about here, and I think that parents have every right to have a say-so in whether their minor child should be enrolled in a class focused on firearms. And there may be very good reasons why they would want to do that, for safety reasons, awareness reasons, whatever the case may be. There may be also reasonable concerns that they might have to say, I really don't think that's appropriate for my child right now. And they should just simply have the ability to weigh in on that and make that decision.
So not too long ago, we had a bill on this floor relating to books and whether parents had rights to regulate what books their child read at a school or had available to them. Do you equate this to a similar analysis that parents should have more involvement in deciding the educational content that their children have at school?
I think if you supported the other legislation that you just referenced, I think you should absolutely support this amendment because it's very consistent. You're saying parents should have a right to have insight into the books and instructional materials that their child may be accessing. Similarly, this amendment simply says a parent should have the right to determine if their child should participate in this curriculum. So I think the two go well together, yes.
Thank you,
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors or objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Matt, you mind letting me have this table? Matt, thank you. Members of the House, this amendment adds suicide to the things about which the children are going to be taught if this bill passes. It adds the word "and suicide" on line 16 between accident and prevention. I offer this amendment because between 2000 and 2020, there was a 40% increase in suicide mortality rates in the age group of 15 and 19-year-old Texans. As of 2020, Texas youth used a firearm to complete suicide more than 50% of the time. According to Texas Gun Sense, 55% of gun deaths are suicides, and 58% of suicides are completed with a firearm. I think the need for this is self-evident. I won't take more time. I urge you to support the amendment so that our children, in addition to being taught about how to avoid accidents, are also taught about the reality of suicide through the use of a gun.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about firearm safety. This amendment is about suicide. It's not germane. I ask you to stick with me and oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to close on the amendment.
Members, I believe the argument for this amendment is self-evident. We're simply going to include suicide among the things about which children are taught.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield, yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Bryant, do you know the significant number of increase in suicide in young adults?
I do, and I made reference to some of that in my initial comments.
Can you repeat that for the House today? I think all you're asking is for this bill, if it's going to include firearm trainings, that it also include some elements of suicide prevention. Is that accurate?
That's correct. The statements that I made early in my remarks were that between 2000 and 2020, there was a 40% increase in suicide mortality in the age group of 15 and 19-year-old Texans, and that as of 2020, Texas young people used a firearm to complete suicide more than 50% of the time.
15% of the time they use a firearm. So wouldn't it just be basically a safety net? There's no harm in saying, well, include suicide prevention training. No harm.
There's no harm whatsoever. The sentence now reads that the curriculum guidelines must focus on accident prevention. I've simply added must focus on accident and suicide prevention.
I really appreciate your amendment, and I hope that we can all agree that this would be an important addition to this element of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I move passage of this amendment.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Show Mr. Bryant voting aye. Show Mr. Smith voting nay. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 58 ayes, 86 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply says that this Texas State School Safety Center would help develop the curriculum for this firearms course, along with the State Board of Education. They already help our schools on this issue by doing safety assessments, by providing training to our schools. So they're very well aware of what is important for our students to know, and they should absolutely help develop the curriculum along with the State Board of Education. So again, the only thing that this amendment does is it allows the Texas State School Safety Center to help develop this new course on firearm safety in our high schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has carefully crafted language that we negotiated with many stakeholders, and therefore I respectfully ask that you stick with me and vote against the amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
Members, I can certainly appreciate well-crafted bills. However, this is a really simple change, simply adding an organization, institution that knows...
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Yeah, will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The lady yields.
Representative, will you elaborate on what the Texas School Safety Center is?
So it's on the Texas State University campus, and it's an organization that oversees the safety in our schools. So all of our schools have requirements that they have to meet to make sure that they are safe schools. And the Safety Center does audits. It goes around to the schools and says whether or not they are meeting those standards.
So this is a group that is a specialist in gun safety.
Absolutely.
So if I'm understanding, I want to make sure everyone here is understanding, you're saying, let's let the specialists in this field help in crafting the curriculum. Is that correct?
Yes, that's all that they would be doing, is helping to develop this new curriculum around firearm safety. That's their expertise. Members, this is a really serious, important topic, and
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Yeah, I just think, because maybe we couldn't hear, my question is, so all your amendment is doing is asking the experts, the specialists in this field, to be a part of crafting the curriculum.
That's absolutely correct. The experts would be helping to develop the curriculum. The State Board of Education members may not have this level of expertise that the School Safety Center employees have, and so it makes sense for them to help develop this curriculum.
I think you have a good amendment. Why, in a state that strives to be the best, would we not want the experts and specialists at the table? Thank you.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Show Mr. Smith voting nay. Have all voted? There being 59 ayes, 86 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. A little bit more than a year ago, I dropped my oldest off at school, and he stopped and stammered a bit, and he asked me, had I heard about the classroom full of children who had been killed. It's my 8-year-old son. And I said, yes, I have. Is there anything else do you want to ask me about that? And he said no. And he didn't have any more questions. We've talked a lot about it since then, but he had no more questions that day. And
I was struck by that moment because I never envisioned when I became a father that that was a conversation I was going to have. That's not the kind of thing you think about when you bring a child into the world. But that is the reality that we live in. It is not a reality I want. It is not a reality that I think should be. But it is where we are because we continue to fail to take meaningful action on gun safety in this state. That is a reality we have created. And so if that is the reality we are living in, then let's make sure we arm our children with the knowledge of how to treat gunshot wounds. Because the longer we go doing nothing, the more Texas students are going to be subjected to the horror of their classmates being shot in front of them. And that's what this amendment does. It adds to the curriculum to give our kids this knowledge that they need in the very tragic reality that we have created for them through our inaction. I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose? The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of the Moody Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has carefully crafted language that we negotiated with many stakeholders, and therefore I respectfully ask that you stick with me and vote against the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the amendment.
When you look at the language of the bill, one of the 4 categories of information we want to provide to students is about promoting the safety and protection of those students. That is what is at the core of this amendment. This amendment is about reality. The reality is that many kids in schools have been shot, and it's going to keep happening because we refuse to take action. It's unfortunate that we are in this place. I hate that we are in this place. But if this is the reality for our kids, then let's at least arm them with the knowledge to save the lives of their friends. Because sometimes help could be waiting outside for 77 minutes. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Show Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Show Mr. Stuckey voting nay. Show Mr. Leach voting nay. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Have all voted? There being 62 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde for a motion.
All right, members of the House Natural Resources, listen up. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 2:45 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today at 2:45 p.m. in room 3W9 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply adds that in the course, students would learn de-escalation techniques. The point being, with firearms these days, too many people are using them in instances where perhaps they could have de-escalated a situation. We want to teach students that guns aren't the solution to their problems. That's not the way to resolve a problem. And here are some de-escalation techniques. I think it's very important that this coursework is well-rounded. And in addition to teaching a student how to safely handle a gun, how to safely shoot a gun, how to store a gun, we should also teach them some techniques that says, you don't have to use this gun when you get into an argument or a fight. Here's some ways that you can de-escalate a situation. So with that, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would argue that this bill already has this in it by mentioning how it must focus on accident prevention and promoting the safety and protection of students and emphasizing how students should respond when encountering a firearm. So therefore, I ask you to oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, again, this is a very simple addition to the coursework. Chairman Guillen says that it's already in the bill. However, I don't see the word de-escalation in the topics that have to be covered in this coursework. We're talking about firearms. We're talking about life and death issues. And we're talking about a component of a course that could help students learn how to handle and resolve situations without resorting to hurting other people.
Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some
Will
questions?
the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields for questions.
Representative Goodwin, as you know, I am a firearm owner, and I'm aware that that's a weapon I never want to have to use. Do you agree that that is a really important message to teach our students when they're learning about firearm safety, that the firearm should not be their first choice to resolve a situation?
Absolutely. I mean, these days we're seeing so many instances of people pulling out their guns and using them at the first sight of danger, and sometimes it's not a danger. They need to understand that sometimes they can de-escalate a situation and get out of that situation without having to pull out a gun and shoot another human being.
Representative Goodwin, did you hear about the story that happened in Bastrop County just a couple of weeks ago?
Are you talking about the cheerleaders?
I am, yeah. Is that a situation where you think somebody should have had some training in de-escalation in order to avoid that unnecessary harm?
That's exactly what I'm hoping that we can add into this coursework, is understanding that when someone approaches your car to get into it, it could be an accident. These girls got into somebody's car unintentionally because the car looked like the car they were meant to get into, and they were shot. It's just amazing what's happening these days. We're so built up with fear, and we need to learn those techniques to be able to de-escalate that anger, that fear, whatever emotion it is, to bring it back down and understand there's other ways to resolve problems.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Representative Goodwin. I think we've all stuck our hand on the door of a car the same color of ours and realized we were in the wrong place. I think we've heard other similar situations recently, people delivering goods to a house or pulling into the wrong driveway to pick up a family member. I mean, this pattern of what should be normal everyday incidents quickly escalating to gun violence is frightening. Do you think your amendment helps people build better tools?
Absolutely. That's why I brought this amendment. I think that too many times we don't stop, take a deep breath, and figure out how we can react to a situation. These days, there's so many examples. It's unfortunate. There's so many examples of people pulling a gun, pulling the trigger, without stopping to understand that this was not someone trying to harm them. There's an example of a kid ringing a doorbell and a man shooting him. It's just, I think that this de-escalation techniques being incorporated into the class would be very helpful for our high school students.
And we've been talking about the victims of gun violence, but that person who makes the terrible decision to pull a trigger in a situation where de-escalation was an option, their life is forever changed too, is it not?
That's absolutely correct. I mean, just imagine if you shoot and kill somebody, you have to live with that for the rest of your life, and maybe they didn't mean you harm. So de-escalation techniques can certainly help you not have this life-changing event.
Yeah, a life-changing event that at a minimum is probably tens of thousands of dollars in legal bills, maybe some type of prosecution, having to spend months of your life in court. That's something people can avoid through some simple training that your bill would try to offer.
That's absolutely correct. I think it's a simple addition to the coursework, and I hope that members will join with me in voting for this amendment.
Well, thank you, Representative Goodwin.
Thank you.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Show Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 61 ayes, 86 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Human Services will meet today upon adjournment at desk 110 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Uvalde.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to tell you before I get started, I'm going to withdraw this amendment. And one of my colleagues, I appreciate them pointing out something I had considered. It was one of those things seemed like a good idea at the moment. And I do think it is an excellent idea for school districts to consider a reunification process and implement following a mass shooting. We saw in Uvalde the whole process for matching up the parents with their kids from the school was something, of course, they never anticipated having to do, and it created even more trauma than was already going on, and a lot of unnecessary grief and misery. And so I do think it's an excellent idea for a school district to do that. My problem is if I put it in this bill, in this place where I was going to put it, it's going to be almost like a fire drill that the children are required to do. What do you do in the event of a mass shooting? And I just think that's pretty traumatic on second and third graders. And I think it's a great thing for the school district to do. So while I think it's a good idea, I'm not sure that this bill in this spot is the right place to do it for that reason. So with that, with your permission, I'd like to withdraw this amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate the debate, appreciate the topic, and understand that this is a subject matter that we now want to introduce potentially into our schools. If you have followed or experienced what has happened with regard to mass violence, if you think about it for a brief second, something really bad happens, everybody descends and responds, and then a few weeks later or a month later, everybody leaves and families and students and educators are left to grieve and cope. And so as we anticipate having an honest and intellectually honest discussion about gun safety and proper use of firearms, we should also introduce to our students the ability for them to help each other grieve and have peer counseling, make this component, let people know that there is a safe space in our schools to have this conversation. I think it's sort of the optimal completeness. It's not enough to just talk about the proper use and handling of a firearm. I think we have to anticipate that accidents happen. I think it's safe to anticipate that violence can occur. And then what? And then what do we do? I would hope that if a parent or a guardian gives the consent to have their student participate in these discussions, that they know more than just where the safety is on the trigger. They know how to respond, how to react, how to be just in time to be there for somebody when they need help, when they need grieving, when they need counseling. And let's just face it, we're not going to be there 24/7. Those students are, those peers are, those faculty members are, those counselors are. So that's all this is to ask them as we approach this topic that we make this available. I would hope that this amendment would be acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, while I think including information concerning peer support and grief counseling resources to students is laudable and is important, I would argue that it's important to do to every student, not just the students that are going to take this elective firearm safety course, and therefore I ask you to please oppose the amendment. Vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if that's an invitation for me to amend this amendment and make it available to everybody. Is that what I'm hearing? It probably wouldn't be germane that I'd be having a debate with Mr. Vasut at the rostrum, and he knows it's theological, so we don't take it personally. But listen, I mean, honestly, just read the amendment. This is not something that is nefarious or untoward. I mean, put yourself in these shoes. Think about your schools. Think about your administrators and teachers, counselors that run these schools. Think about the things they ask you for that they need. All we're saying is to provide, in your own way, local instruction on how to be there for somebody peer support, help somebody get through the grieving process. And, you know, again, I wish we had a solution for this. There isn't an easy button for this. You just can't go to a Walmart and buy peer counseling. You just can't go find grievance support at our local HEB. It doesn't exist. It exists from within our community. And for every community, we have our standards. We have a way of doing things. And for everything that I think I've learned in life, I learned at the schoolhouse. And that's all this is about. This has nothing to do with your guns. Has nothing to do with the amendments and people wanting to take these things away from you. This is about how do we respond when something bad occurs. I hope you just take a vote on the objective policy, on what we're trying to accomplish, and I hope that you vote to support this amendment. I will ask for a record vote.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Show Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Show Mr. Cassell voting nay. Have all voted. There being 61 ayes, 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds to the curriculum guidelines in the bill that students should, much like they do in a driver's education course, receive information on managing risk. Students should learn about the risks associated with guns, including that the presence of a gun in the home significantly increases the risk of suicide. Gun suicide claims the lives of nearly 24,000 people across our country every year. 6 out of every 10 gun deaths in the United States are suicides. Gun deaths also increase the risk of homicide and death during domestic violence disputes. 2/3 of women killed by an intimate partner are killed with a gun. Each month, an average of 70 women are shot and killed by an intimate partner nationwide. Access to a gun makes it 5 times more likely that a woman will die at the hands of a domestic abuser. Guns increase the risk of unintentional deaths to children and household members. Guns are the leading cause of death for U.S. children and teens, surpassing car accidents in 2020. Firearms, in fact, accounted for nearly 19% of childhood deaths ages 1 to 18 in 2021, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This amendment ensures our students receive a well-rounded education on firearm safety and all the knowledge and the necessary knowledge to minimize firearm-related tragedies.
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Turner. You know, I think this amendment is very significant because if we're really trying to provide proper education of our children, the risks that are inherent with the dangers of guns and gun death is very, very important, especially with suicide. Why do you believe it is so important to provide extra education to our high school population over the risks of teen suicide by guns?
Well, because, and we've actually had a lot of discussion on this floor this session, I think, about the really epidemic of teens, young people experiencing depression for various reasons. We talked about it in the context of social media, for instance, which I think you and I both supported a bill on that recently. We've talked about it in a variety of other ways. And the fact is, young people today have a lot of pressures and challenges in their lives that probably we didn't have growing up. And so you combine that with easy access to a firearm without the proper education and awareness about the lethality of firearms, that can make for a tragic outcome. And so, right. You know, it speaks to the fact that, you know, gun owners need to recognize, you know, the importance of safe storage
right.
and keeping guns away from young people.
You know, this is particularly important because gun violence, gun deaths is the leading cause of death in people under the age of 18. And in conjunction with other legislation that's moving in this House, especially considering the trans youth community and the increase of suicide that is in that community, I'm very concerned about the increased use by suicide by the use of a weapon in that community in particular. How will this bill, you think, provide information and resources to our troubled teens who don't seem to have a way out and look to guns by suicide as the means to their end?
Yeah, well, and I think that the bill potentially could provide some very good information to teens to help educate them on this topic. But I think this amendment that we have before us now would really ensure that students would have the necessary education to understand the awesome power that a firearm presents and how you need to be extremely safe with firearms in the household or anywhere, and understand that the link between firearms and suicides, particularly in young people, is real, and it needs to be addressed head on if we're going to have a curriculum like this. And I think that's what this amendment would achieve.
I think it's a great amendment, and I hope the author will accept it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, most of this debate revolves around choice of language. And because this bill has carefully crafted language that we negotiated with many stakeholders, I ask you to please respectfully oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Chairman Guillen accepting my previous amendment. I'm sorry he won't accept this one. I would just argue, members, each of us is elected by roughly 200,000 people. We are stakeholders in this process. So the fact that this bill to this point has been negotiated by stakeholders is great. But before this bill leaves this chamber, we get to have our say in the bill. We're stakeholders as much as anyone else. So I would ask that you vote for this amendment so that if we're going to have this bill, that we're providing young people a well-rounded basis of knowledge about the dangers of firearms if they are not handled appropriately and people aren't practicing firearm safety, and just having the general awareness of some of the risks associated with firearms that these statistics that I mentioned a few minutes ago bear out. So I ask that you vote yes on this amendment.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Show Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Show Ms. Morales voting aye. Show Mr. Rogers voting nay. Show Ms. Hull voting nay. Have all voted? Show Mr. Goldman voting nay. There being 60 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a really important amendment. So we're talking about a firearms course for our high school students. My question is, are they going to have actual guns in this course, in the classroom, in the high school? I would be concerned with that, to be perfectly honest. I think that there are some firearms that are designed to be used solely for the purpose of training, not capable of discharging live ammunition. And so if we're going to bring firearms into our class, into our high schools, I think that we need to be very careful and use this specifically designed firearms that cannot shoot live ammo.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for a question?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Representative Goodwin, just to be clear, are you saying that this carefully crafted bill does not outline if it has to be a real weapon or a not real weapon that can discharge?
That's correct. It's silent on the issue of whether an actual gun will be brought into the class. And so I want to put into this legislation some precautions. Because it is not outlined currently, I want to make sure that these students aren't going to be holding and using live ammunition in the guns.
So you just want to make sure in this carefully crafted bill that we address that this will just be for training purpose only, and it is not a tool that can actually fire.
That's exactly
discharge
correct. And there are guns that look just like a real gun, but they can't harm somebody. And I just want to be sure that we're being very careful and that we're not going to end up harming anybody through this coursework.
So your amendment would make sure that we're not handing an active live gun to a kid in this training process.
That's correct. That's all this amendment does.
It's a good amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the way I read this language conflicts with the Guardian and school marshal programs, and so therefore I ask you to please oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, he's talking about a program that allows employees of the school to bring a gun on campus. My amendment is talking about the course that is teaching our high school students. It does not say anything about marshals or guardians. It is strictly about the coursework, saying that we are not going to allow a gun that can fire live ammunition into this class that teaches about firearm safety. So with that, I hope that you will vote for my amendment.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Show Mr. Guillen voting nay. Show Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Have all voted. There being 60 ayes, 83 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Speaker.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Howard Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And I do appreciate Chairman Guillen attempting to bring some firearm safety training to our schools. I think that's very important. And I also appreciate him trying to work with me to do an amendment, which I am going to withdraw, but I'm going to talk about it for a minute before I do that. Over the last 8 years since 2015, there have been over 255 unintentional shootings by children, resulting in hundreds of deaths and injuries. And as we've already heard, death by firearm is now the leading cause of death for those ages 1 to 18. This is the result of hundreds of children gaining access to unsecured, loaded guns in closets, nightstand drawers, backpacks, and purses, or just being left out. With tragic regularity, children find these unsecured guns and unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. While safe gun storage is the responsibility of owners, it's important to also provide safety measures and educational materials for our children to avoid these tragic accidents from continuously occurring. What I was trying to do here with an amendment is to implement firearm safety into our Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, our TEKS, just as we've already done for bullying, cyberbullying, and the harmful effects of tobacco, drugs, and alcohol abuse. In fact, members, in 2019, we created the Keep 'em Safe Gun Storage campaign with the Department of Public Safety. This campaign...
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails. Chair recognizes Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Keep 'em Safe gun storage campaign that the Texas Department of Public Safety has put together provides educational material to hundreds of thousands of Texans, including children. If you look up Keep 'em Safe Texas, and you'll see what our state is already doing and has already put together.
on safe gun storage. You can go to safegunstorage.texas.com to even look at what they have for children already in place. We already have materials that we could be using that makes this very easy to incorporate into our TEKS. By providing age-appropriate firearm safety materials to our students, we can begin to prevent these accidental shootings, knowing our children are prepared when they come across an unstored firearm, which, of course, we all heard recently about the principal who left his firearm in the bathroom and a first grader found it, went and got another student, but eventually got an adult. We need children to know what to do if they come across unsecured firearms. So this is a simple thing to do. I would hope that we can at some point add it into our TEKS. I appreciate that we're at least looking at giving some kind of a course to our high school students, and thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gervin Hawkins.
Chair recognizes Representative Gervin Hawkins to explain the amendment.
The author accepts the amendment.
Representative Gervin Hawkins sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2976. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2976 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3289. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3289 by Anderson, relating to prohibiting the use of certain social media applications and services on devices owned or leased by state agencies.
Chair recognizes Representative Anderson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it gives me great pleasure to move to postpone for consideration of HB 3289 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 8th.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3444. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3444 by Canales, relating to the classification of transportation districts for the Texas Transportation Commission.
Chair recognizes Representative Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this just sets out the rule criteria for designations for regional districts in TxDOT and move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment House Bill 3444. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3444 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3625. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3625 by Wally, relating to notice requirements for a leased dwelling located in a floodplain.
Chair recognizes Representative Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is Representative Wally's bill that seeks to address the unintended consequences from a bill we passed last session by clarifying that there are certain situations where the 100-year floodplain notification is not required. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3625. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 120 ayes and 17 nays, House Bill 3625 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3742. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3742 by Goldman, relating to the regulation of combative sports for the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation and to immunity for ringside physicians assigned to combative sports events.
Chair recognizes Representative Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is about the Texas Department of Licensing regulating combative sports and immunity for ringside physicians assigned to the combative sports events.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 3742. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3742 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4218. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4218 by Leach, relating to civil actions involving commercial motor vehicles.
Chair recognizes Representative Leach to explain the bill.
Fantastic human being, a good friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about commercial vehicle fleets, leased and rented commercial vehicle fleets. This bill is an important step toward curbing the rise of frivolous lawsuits brought against Texas businesses, especially those that follow the law and have complied with all safety rules and regulations required by law. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 4218. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4218 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4233 by Zwiener, relating to training regarding runaway prevention for certain individuals who provide care for children in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Representative Zwiener to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 4233. This bill would simply require that foster parents for children ages 10 and older receive training for runaway preparation. That training can be offered in place of a non-age appropriate training such as car seats or safe sleep. And I'd like to say a special thank you to Lucy, who is in the audience right now, the foster parent who brought this issue to our attention. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 4233. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 93 ayes and 33 nays, House Bill 4233 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3929. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3929 by Cook, relating to the adoption by the Supreme Court of Texas of the Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act.
Chair recognizes Representative Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3929 simply permits the Supreme Court of Texas to adopt the Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 3929. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3929 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4571. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4571 by Busey, relating to measures to address student hunger at post-secondary educational institutions.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 4571 would direct the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to establish a list of criteria institutions could implement in order to be designated a hunger-free campus. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 4571. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Busey voting aye. Representative Johnson voting aye. Of Dallas. Have all voted? There being 82 ayes and 60 nays, House Bill 4571 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4417. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4417 by Goldman, relating to the administration of court-ordered programs regulated by the Texas Department of Licensing and
Chair
Regulation.
recognizes Representative Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying this bill out for Representative Goldman, who couldn't be with us today. This bill is relating to the administration of court-ordered programs regulated by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment House Bill 4417, which the chair appreciates. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4417 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1100. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1100 by Johnson of Dallas, relating to the regulation of certain senior living facilities.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill arose from a tragic murder spree in senior living communities that left 22 seniors dead in North Texas. Some of the most vulnerable constituents we serve are the elderly, and it is incumbent upon us as elected officials to have measures and protocols in place for their safety and protection. This bill will require criminal history record checks for employees, improve upon reporting of criminal activity that occurs at facilities, and ensure law enforcement officers have access to common areas of facilities. This is a final bill of a package of legislation that Representative Patterson and I have worked on, and I'm grateful for his support and on these measures. And we do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Yes, this is addressed some of the concerns of some of the committee about a lawsuit. It removes that requirement, and I move adoption.
Representative Johnson of Dallas sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation will go a long step to improve the safety of our seniors in the state of Texas, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment, House Bill 1100. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1100 is passed and engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 844. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 844 by Patterson relating to the definition of trafficking for purposes of the offense of trafficking of persons.
Chair recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 844 would make sure that victims of human trafficking could receive services even if they cannot name the person trafficking them. There are a couple of amendments by Representative Moody that will be acceptable.
Is Mr. Moody on the floor of the House? Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Yeah, sorry.
You're not the clerk. I know.
The mic is on. Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate, sorry for the delay. Appreciate Representative Patterson working with me on this. I've been working with his staff to make sure that the definitional changes that we're using don't have unintended consequences throughout the rest of the code. So that's what this amendment does. It makes sure that we're able to get resources to these folks that are victims, and it does so in changing the definition in the amendment that you see before you now. There is an amendment to this amendment as well.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so we're trying to get resources to folks. The amendment to the amendment also permits the grant funds that the governor houses to be used for this purpose. So that way, with both of these together, and I'll go ahead and let's go ahead and I'll move adoption of the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Moody sent an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the amendment as amended.
Okay, thank you. So now collectively, what we've done is made these resources available to these victims in a way that changes the definition narrowly and doesn't impact other provisions in the code. And the amendment as amended is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sent an amendment as amended. It is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you so much. I want to thank Chairman Moody for working with me so closely, Chairman Leach and Vice Chair Theory for the work with me on this. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment. HB 844. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 844 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1073. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1073 by whole relating to certain healthcare services contract arrangements entered into by insurers or employee benefit plans and healthcare providers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows for EPOs and PPOs to enter into capitated value-based contract arrangements with primary care providers like HMO cans. I appreciate the stakeholders for their input in providing important guardrails for these contracting arrangements. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment. HB 1073. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1073 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1819. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1819 by Cook relating to the repeal of the authority of political subdivisions to adopt or enforce juvenile curfews.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 1819 simply eliminates juvenile curfew statewide. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 1819. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1819 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1192. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1192 by Turner, relating to the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1192 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 8th.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1703. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1703 by Ordaz, relating to the Workforce Development Evaluation System administered by the Texas Workforce Commission.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, we are doing so much in this great state to ensure that our students are graduating from high-quality CTE programs. We could use better data to inform our decision making. HB 1703 creates a pilot program in El Paso by the Borderplex Local Workforce Development Board to study career and technical education outcomes. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 1703. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1703 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1927. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1927 by Hull, relating to a parent's rights to intervene in the apprehensive by a peace officer of a child for an emergency detention and certain requirements and restrictions applicable to an emergency detention.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures that parents have the right and care and custody of their child and can intervene in an emergency detention of their child if they so choose and can seek treatment with their chosen healthcare provider. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment changes the outright prohibition on the use of restraints on children under 10 to state that the restraints can only be used on a child under 10 if they pose an imminent risk of harm to themselves or others. Additionally, the use of restraints must be reported on the emergency detention form. Move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. HB 1927. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1927 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2120 by Belloff Kaufman, relating to the practice of barbering and cosmetology at an establishment at a post-secondary school.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Occupations Code requires that a barbering and cosmetology school with a retail establishment on the same premises be separated by a permanent wall. Public schools are increasingly working to expand opportunities for students to gain practical career experience through innovative educational programs. HB 2120 creates an exemption allowing public schools and retail establishments on the same campus to blend hands-on learning with CTE coursework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2120. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have HB 2120 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2850. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2850 by Smith, relating to discovery procedures for certain civil actions brought under the Family Code.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2020, the Texas Supreme Court finalized policy changes made to the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure. 2850 simply places much of the previous language found in Rule 194 and 95 of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure into the Family Code, and there I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Smith.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This simply provides some more language on Rule 195 with regard to expert designations that was unintentionally left out, and I move adoption.
Mr. Smith sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2850. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2850 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3140. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3140 by King of Hemphill relating to eligibility requirements for the Teach for Texas Loan Repayment Assistance Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3140 will add mental health professionals to the Teach for Texas Loan Assistant Program. Move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Article 2 against further consideration of the Tinderholt amendment.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that's intended to help us ensure kids with real mental health problems find the help they need. Unfortunately, without my amendment, I think a bill that gives taxpayer dollars to many of the people who are harming young children in our state is not a good idea. Let me explain. As a member of the Public Health Committee, I've heard testimony from many counselors and psychologists who are actively involved in grooming young children. Members, we know that a boy cannot become a girl and a girl cannot become a boy. Yet many counselors are pushing these dangerous lies on Texas children. They're actively involved in what's called social transitioning, or encouraging our children to come to school as boys, change their clothes to look like a girl, and tell other teachers and students to call them by a different name. These actions only deepen and exacerbate mental health and confusion in our school children. We know James Younger's school counselor told him to wear girls' clothes at school and go by the name Luna. The Texas Association of School Psychologists has testified to ban when we were trying to ban sexual transitioning of children. As we look to pass legislation ending the worst parts of transitioning children, you need to know that association that represents these psychologists told us in hearings they will continue socially transitioning kids. All my amendment would have done is fix the bill to say counselors involved in social transitioning of kids are not eligible for student loan repayment. If you think there's 37 genders, I don't want you in our schools. I don't want you anywhere near our children, and I sure don't want to pay for your college loan. Sadly, my amendment is not on the bill, and so members, you have a choice. You can vote with me against giving taxpayer dollars to some people who are actively transitioning and grooming our children, or you can vote to advance a broken bill that will give these abusers our tax dollars. Thank you. I move it for adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the engrossment of HB 3140. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes and 30 nays, HB 3140 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading, HB 3028. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3028 by Meyer, relating to a credit for prepayment of the amount required to be paid by a school district for the purchase of attendance credit under the public school finance system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply reintroduces the early agreement credit of 4% if a school district pays the recapture amount not later than February 15th. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment, HB 3028. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Meyer voting aye, Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Wilson voting nay. Have all members voted? There have been 28 ayes, 14 nays. HB 3028 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2946. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2946 by King of Hemphill, related to the required number of minutes of instructional time to be provided by a juvenile justice alternative education program.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2946 simply moves juvenile justice alternative education programs in line with other public school requirements by changing days to minutes. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment, HB 2946. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2946 passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3544. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3544 by Moody, relating to payment of certain court costs associated with interpreters.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3544 until 9 a.m. Saturday, May 6th.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3553. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3553 by Theory, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of trafficking of persons if committed at certain locations.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, over the past few sessions, as you're aware and as you've heard today, the legislature has made significant strides to eliminate the scourge of human trafficking. Last session, we overwhelmingly passed a bill which made it a first-degree felony for the offense of sex trafficking of a person at a school or within 1,000 feet of a school. That was designated as a no trafficking zone. This bill, HB 3553, extends those same protections to our state-funded universities and college campuses. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3553. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3553 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3709. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3709 by Noble, relating to the franchise and insurance premium tax credit for the certified rehabilitation of certified historic structures.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3709 until Saturday, May 6th at 9 a.m.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3554. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3554 by Theory, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of trafficking to persons if committed at certain locations.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does exactly what the bill I just laid out does, except it extends the protections to children that are in foster care facilities, child care facilities, residential treatment facilities. It is to deter predators from targeting these very vulnerable children in these situations. And I believe I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, this amendment adds juvenile detention facilities and post-adjudication secure correctional facilities to the locations for which the trafficking offenses increase. I believe it is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objections to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Representative Hall, Representative Shaheen, Representative Jatan, Representative Patterson, and everyone for all of your work on human trafficking. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3554. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3554 is passed to engrossment. Is Ms. Johnson or Harris on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 4091. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4091 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to the mental health needs of a minor and the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4091 until Thursday, May 4th at 9 a.m.
Members heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so granted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 677. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 677 by Jatan, relating to a highway toll exemption for public school buses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, it's a great bill which will exempt school buses from highway tolls.
The question occurs to pass the engrossment of HB 677. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 677 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2572. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2572 by Lujan, relating to the Central Registry of Names of individuals found to have abused or neglected a child.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2572 seeks to close existing loopholes to include the Texas Juvenile Justice Department to the agencies required to report to the Child and Abuse Neglect Central Registry. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2572. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2572 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2794. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2794 by Lujan, relating to the appointment of a guardian ad litem in certain suits filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2794 until Friday, May 5th. I know you're sad. At 9:30 a.m.
Members have heard the motion. There's objection. Chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3255. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3255 by Manuel, relating to emergency response management training for certain administrators and security personnel at public schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 3255 will require some school officials and assigned school security personnel to undergo training in the FEMA National Incident Management System. Representative Hall has an amendment and it's acceptable.
Is Ms. Hall on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment makes this bill permissive so that school districts may choose whether they want to require the training described by the bill. And I want to thank Representative Manuel for working with me to make this a district-level decision. I move adoption.
Ms. Hull has under the amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to close on the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Hall, for helping me on this, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3255. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3255 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3067. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3067 by Jones of Dallas relating to the installation and use of tracking equipment and access to certain communications by certain peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3067 is a cleanup bill that adds university and school district resource officers back as authorized police officers so that they may obtain and request search warrant data. In the 87th legislative session, Senate Bill 112 added qualifications to which law enforcement could make requests for a search warrant for evidence for social media and cell phone companies.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is this Representative Vinton Jones's first bill?
That is an excellent inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It appears that he was trying to pull a fast one. Does anyone have a point of order on Mr. Jones's bill? Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Will the very sneaky gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, I yield for questions.
Yields for questions. Mr. Jones, what was it like being on Different Strokes in the 80s?
Oh, no, they...
I do not know. You would have to ask the cast. I was actually born after the show started.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask the cast.
Welcome to the Texas House, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. That was early.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I yield for
Gentleman
questions.
yields.
What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis?
Representative, how many, what is your favorite karaoke song? We need to know.
All coming back to me, Celine Dion.
Which one?
All coming back to me, Celine Dion.
Okay, and before you leave this legislature for this session, we want to make sure that you perform that for us, okay?
You're going to receive a special invitation to a karaoke competition towards the end of this month, and would love to have you there, and I would love to sing that to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Mr. Jones.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
I've heard that you're very talented at karaoke.
I've been called that.
What is your first favorite song to sing?
My first favorite song to sing would depend on the evening, but usually I'd like to start with the Lenny Kravitz, Are You Gonna Go My Way?
Would you sing some of that for us now?
Oh, actually, pursuant of Chapter 18, Section 3, I'm not allowed to do so on the House floor.
The gentleman is correct.
Parliamentary knowledge is exceptional. Welcome to the Texas House.
That was quick.
You know. Move passage.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield?
I yield for questions.
Representative, we're not moving anything. We're not done with you yet. And so, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Martinez Fisher.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please take your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the chart that's referenced 88th Legislature regular session deadlines for action under House in Senate rules. I know the chair is familiar with that. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at deadlines here. It seems to me that we have passed the deadline for this session to pass freshman bills. Is that correct?
He's very close, but the chair is not advised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It must be my glasses. Representative, what bill are you trying to sneak past this House?
You know, I was not trying to sneak by. I was actually trying to lay it out. What I was trying to hide, this was my first bill layout. But my bill is 3067, which allows school officers to be acknowledged as peace officers so they can obtain search warrants and do their work and protect our students on our campuses.
I appreciate that, Representative. And I tried to follow all of that, but I have a hard time focusing on you with Representative Jones right behind you. So can you get Representative Jones to move a couple steps to the side? Because I've got one eye looking up, one eye looking down. So I want to make sure.
No. I need her near me.
Yeah. So if you could stand up so we can hear you, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to.
Oh. I'm right here, sir.
Okay. And I want you to know, I mean, I know you're new and sometimes they don't cover this in the orientation, but would you look to the left of the podium? Would you just look to the left of your podium, like right here? Just kind of look to the side. And you see there's a microphone right there underneath the podium that we could always take that out for you if you needed it. I'm just trying to be helpful. I know they covered it in my freshman orientation. I know they covered it in your orientation, and we're just paying it forward, Representative, that's all.
Thank you so much, sir, for the assistance. I really appreciate it.
Hey, man, welcome to Texas House. You've been a joy to work with.
Thank you.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Jones, I'm very disappointed that you declined to treat us to some Lenny Kravitz a moment ago, but could you clarify for me, what rule did you cite?
Section 18, chapter 18, section 3.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Does our rule book have chapters?
Not that I'm aware of. Mr. Jones apparently
thank
sees
you.
chapters, but that's fine.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield for
Gentleman
questions.
Representative Jones, what rule book are you looking at?
Members not informed.
Representative Jones, given the lack of a Chapter 18, will you reconsider your previous answer regarding treating us to some Lenny Kravitz?
You know, I don't want to ruin the wonderful music that I and a number of members are going to perform at an event coming up later on this month so that we can be able to sing and do it all night long. We have so much work to do. I wouldn't want to take that from the body.
Representative Jones, are you aware that it is actually tradition for at least one member of the freshman class to sing during their first bill?
And
In
I
my
believe
class,
that did
it was
happen with Representative
Carl
Garcia when she
Sherman.
sang a beautiful song for you several weeks ago.
Please let, I think it would be great for your class to have two.
I think so too.
I'm going to work on it. my throat. I'm so sorry, but I wish I could. I'm a little scratchy today, but another day.
Okay. Well, Representative Jones, who was your predecessor?
My predecessor was Jasmine Crockett, Eric Johnson, as well as Terry Hodge and Sam Hudson. We have so many great members of the Ledge previously that represented House District 100, and I'm honored to continue that legacy.
So, Representative Jones, my question is, when are you going to start taking over Representative Crockett's House District 100 Twitter and TikTok accounts?
I don't have her. She has her TikTok. I got my own, and you can follow them at Benton Jones TX on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Good to know. I look forward to seeing some of your TikToks.
Thank you so much.
Representative Jones, my last question. Are you going to vote me a yes on this bill this time?
Yeah, what you talking about? Oh, yes, I'm going to vote. Oh, yeah.
Or are you just going to vote for Representative Davis again and just leave my button?
I got you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment. Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The
I yield
gentleman
for
will yield for
questions.
questions.
Representative Jones, we have something in common, right? We
We from Eau
both
Claire.
shared an opponent, right?
Say that again?
We both shared the same opponent during our races, right?
Yes, we did.
Well, she just called to tell me she just filed a treasure, so I'm just kind of let you know to get ready.
I look forward to another wonderful race.
Mr. Johnson Harris, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order on Rep. Jones's singing that it hurts my ear, and I no longer want to hear it on Wednesdays anymore. I'm going to bring my point of order down to the front.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage through engrossment of HB 3067. This is a record of vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, you'll have plenty of time to vote from your desk. You'll have plenty of time to vote from your desk, members. So Ms. Schaefer voting no, Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 120 ayes and 22 nays. HB 3067 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3833. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3833 by Lopez of Cameron, relating to the duties of a public school counselor.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3833 is a crucial step in fixing the mental health issues that face Texas students. This bill recognizes the importance of school counselors in supporting emotional health for our students. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3833. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lopez of Cameron voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 35 nays, HB 3833 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4932. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4932 by Lopez of Cameron, relating to the amount of foreign emissions of air contaminants in non-attainment areas and the required revision of the state implementation plan to account for those emissions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill directs the TCEQ to request the EPA to provide data on foreign sources of pollution. If the EPA does not provide the data in a timely manner, TCEQ is directed to do its own studies. I move passage.
Question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4932. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4932 is passed in engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 108, Craddock, sponsored by Parker, congratulating Dr. Stephanie Howard on her appointment as Superintendent of Midland ISD. HCR 109.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4716. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4716 by Manuel, related to the referral of certain students receiving special education services to a local intellectual and developmental disability authority for services or public benefits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 4716 will require school districts to refer students with intellectual and developmental disabilities to their local IDD authority for services and public benefits, including home and community-based service waiver programs. And I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4716. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting aye, Mr. Manuel voting aye, Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Smith voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes, 46 nays. HB 4716 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HCR 107. The clerk will read the bill.
HCR 107 by Hunter, granting Aransas County permission to sue Regional Pool Alliance and waiving Regional Pool Alliance's governmental immunity with respect to claims by Aransas County for and in connection with covered losses sustained from Hurricane Harvey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HCR 107 until 9 a.m. Saturday, May 6th.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 4082 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4082 by Goldman, relating to purposes for which certificates of obligation or tax anticipation notes may be authorized.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4082 adds a definition of public work reference in other areas of tax code to the government code, and I believe we have a couple of amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is that my amendment? Yes.
Amendment by Goldman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a clarifying amendment to talk about what entities this bill affects, and I move adoption. It's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Goldman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4082. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 129 ayes, 10 nays. HB 4082 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HB 4419 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4419 by Goldman, relating to the promotion of the film and television production industry in this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of this bill according to Rule 4, Section 32C2.
Please bring your point
on the grounds the bill analysis is misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Tenderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute, House Bill 4419, or Rule 4, Section 32C2, on the grounds that the analysis is materially misleading. In establishing a statutory scheme for the rebate of certain taxes in connection with film and television production in the state, the bill defines several key terms. The bill analysis explains some but not all of these definitions, which are critical in understanding eligibility for and the operation of the tax rebate program established by the bill. Because the analysis does not include the definition for all key terms, it is materially misleading. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 2038 was finally passed.
Members have heard the motion. The objection, the chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which Amendment Number 2 was finally adopted.
Members have heard the motion. The objection, the chair hears none, so ordered. Amendment Number 2 has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery to explain the amendment.
The bracket was wrong on the prior one. Move passage or adoption.
Mr. Bell sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell to close on the bill.
This is ETJ bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage third reading of SB 2038. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2038 is passed to third reading. Members, the question occurs on final passage of SB 2038. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Show Ms. Collier voting nay. Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 18 nays, SB 2038 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on County Affairs in a public hearing on Friday, May 5th at 9 a.m. in room E2.012 to consider HB 257 Cortez relating to the dates of retail fireworks. Permit holder may sell fireworks to the public. HB 318 Cortez relating to the authority of the county to require a person to obtain a building permit for certain portable structures. HB 439 Leo Wilson relating to the sale of fireworks on and before the Labor Day holiday in certain counties. HB 1815 Kitzman relating to the authority of certain counties to enact certain park use rules. HB 2085 Landgraf relating to fireworks sales to the public by retail fireworks permit holders in certain counties. HB 2617 Jatan relating to the lease or sale of property for a privately owned hotel by certain counties. HB 3590 Leo Wilson relating to the sale of fireworks on or before the Juneteenth holiday in certain counties. HB 5403 Ed Thompson relating to the creation of the Mountville Sports Facilities District, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB 1647 by Parker relating to dropout recovery education programs referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2040 by Springer relating to the continuation and transfer of the regulation of willed body programs to the Texas Funeral Services Commission, the regulation of willed body programs, non-transplant anatomical donation organization to anatomical facilities, and the creation of the State Anatomical Advisory Committee requiring registration, authorizing fees, authorizing an administrative penalty, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 2107 by Nichols, relating to the ownership of the pore space underlying the surface of land, referred to the Committee on Energy Resources. SB 2200 by Hancock, relating to public acknowledgement of donations made to the Texas Department of Transportation, referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 2612 by Flores, relating to the commissioning by the General Land Office of certain Alamo Complex Rangers as peace officers, referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SCR 4 by Eckhart, directing the Texas Facilities Commission to name the Capitol Complex Child Development Center Emma's Garden in honor of Emma Barrientos, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SCR 47 by Middleton, in memory of Charles Dwayne Crampoto, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. The following resolutions by Frazier, H.R. 1353, H.R. 1356, and H.R. 1358 through H.R. 1366. H.R. 1354 by Hefner, H.R. 1357 by Jeton, H.R. 1367 by Leo Wilson, H.R. 1368 by Leo Wilson. The following resolutions by Ordaz are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars. H.R. 1390 through H.R. 1409. H.R. 1410 by Herrero, H.R. 1411 by Herrero, H.R. 1412 by Herrero, H.R. 1413 by Herrero, H.R. 1414 by Jeton, H.R. 1415 by Jeton, H.R. 1416 by Orr, H.R. 1417 by Cole, H.R. 1418 by Ashby, H.R. 1419 by Jeton, H.R. 1421 by Timish. Pursuant to Rule 1, Section 4, the Chair corrects the referral of the following bills and resolutions. H.R. 1343 by Canales, urging Congress to pass H.R. 412, designating the U.S. Post Office at 620 East Pecan Boulevard in McAllen as the Agent Raul H. Gonzalez Jr. Memorial Post Office, from Resolutions Calendars to International Relations and Economic Development.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Kane moves the House adjourn until Thursday at 10 a.m. in memory of Jerry, 5-star General Monroe of Houston. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.